Welcome to the city of Fairhaven, home to the most intense street racing on the planet. 10 drivers rule these streets. Always on the run from the cops, they drive the best cars and dominate the city. They are the most wanted. To join this elite group, you'll need to earn the right to race them, beat them all, and you'll be #1, Fairhaven's most wanted driver. To do that, you'll need cars. Lots of cars. Spread out across the city are some of the hottest cars ever made. If you can find them, you can drive them. To own one, simply drive up to a jack spot and jump in. Follow the route marked on your map to your first car. The streets are waiting. You found your first car. There are many out there waiting for you. Just look for the vehicles with badges above them. Hit the button to switch. Every car you find has its own set of races. These can be accessed at any time using Easy Drive. Choose Set Destination to find your first race. A route to the start line will appear on your map. Follow it to the race start. To start the race, pull up to the checkpoint and spin your wheels. Finishing first or second wins mods for your car. Fit these immediately for an instant upgrade. Or use Easy Drive later to change your tires, nitrous, chassis, body, or transmission. Speed points take you up the most wanted list, And racing is just one way to win them. Pick up more by smashing through billboards, blasting past speed cameras, destroying security gates, or escaping the cops. Autolog tracks every speed point you earn. The more you earn, the closer you get to taking on the most wanted drivers and dominating your friends. Want to check your progress? Easy Drive is there to help you hunt down all the challenges across the city. What happens next is up to you. hitting cops might win you speed points, but it also gets the cops' attention. Until you escape, they will try and bust you.
Roadblock successful. You stopped at the Dave Ring. Please advise on continuing pursuit. Over. Driver now 1042. He's hitting civic property. Dispatch, we're back on the road. Dispatch, I'm closing on at 1044, but don't have backup. Can you get units to me? Over. Can you advise on secondary? Suspect vehicle's out of sight.
You've evaded the cops. Race or hide to stay out of sight and escape.
Dispatch, I have him. 10-4, I've got you and the suspect in sight. I need backup now. Be advised, that code 3's outrun me. I need a perimeter.
Be advised, any unit in the pursuit perimeter, search for wanted vehicle. Call in all vehicles matching description. All units in code 3 pursuit. Vehicle has not been located. Return to duty until further notice.
Autolog alert.
All units, move in.
Anything further on that vehicle? Make and description? Over.
Suspect is a Mercedes SLS.
Copy that. Do you have a color to go with the make and model?
Suspect vehicle is red.
Suspect is currently heading north.
Dispatch, that code 3's outrun me. We're gonna need backup if he's not gonna get away.
All backup units, go code 2. Assist lead in grid by grid. Over. Units report negative on grid West 4.
Any units in the pursuit area? I am returning to last known. Perimeter is being established. Advise on progress, over.
Copy that. Advise of location. All units in Code 3 pursuit. Vehicle has not been located. Return to duties until further notice.
Dispatch, advise a check on all known chop shops and spares.
Congratulations. You've earned enough speed points to challenge a most wanted driver. Find, race, and beat him to take his car and join the most wanted.
Dispatch, have reacquired the suspect. I'm requesting backup.
Copy that. All units are currently busy. Supervisor is retasking. Will advise as soon as units are cleared. All units. Receiving MDC with pursuit status.
Road obstructed. Suspect is attempting to block us. This is a definite 1044. Have we got these guys on file? Over.
10-4, clearance approved.
This is 1 Echo 5. We've established a roadblock ahead of the suspect. Over.
10-4, you have authorization.
Dispatch, we need more back. We're going to lose these racers.
Copy that. I am reassigning units. Duty will authorize.
These guys are good. Highway units deploying. Dispatch, who's marking each of these racers? Do we have a designation?
Copy that. Advise if situation changes.
Watch that traffic. Watch that traffic.
All units, you are now clear. 10-4, clearance approved.
Dispatch, can we clear all non-critical calls? We need these guys stopped.
10-4, units are en route.
Street racer just hit our roadblock. We might have units down. Over. Watch for them breaking away. I just lost contact with the suspect. Code 3 continuing, 1044, 1044.
You beat your first most wanted driver, but this is just the start. If you want their car and their place on the list, you'll have to chase them and shut them down.
Dispatch, visual loss on 10. Suspect is gone. We need search sweep. Over.
Backup units to go code 2. Check MDC for grid assignment. Over.
Pursuit now off-road. Dispatch, I just lost the suspect.
All backup units, continue code 2. Attempt to relocate suspect. Over.
All code 3 units, I'm at last known. Sir, dispatch, I got him. Show me a... Dispatch, we have a roadblock in position. Over.
Copy that. Advise that...
Welcome to the Most Wanted. With one driver shut down, you've joined the list of the most skilled street racers on the planet. There are 9 more shutdowns left between you and the title of Fairhaven's #1 Most Wanted driver. Do you have what it takes to get there?
Cautious, debris on the road. Dispatch, we have one of those street racers. They resisted arrest, but we have the suspect carrying heavy damage. Dispatch, contact with 7.4 lost. Switching channels. Suspect lost. I need a perimeter. I need a perimeter now.
Pursuit suspect has evaded officers. Supervisor requests all units to go grid by grid to locate suspect.
All code 3 units, I'm at last known location for the pursuit suspect. No contact.
Unit check, unit check. Advise of current, over.
Units report negative on grid north 10.
All units in code 3 pursuit. Vehicle has not been located. Return to duties until further notice.
Auto log alert. log alert.
Had a car run by me at high speed, moving to intercept. Probable code 3.
Copy that. Advise of suspect details. Additional units will be assigned. 10-4, we're going to need a vehicle description as soon as you dispatch to all units in code 3. Supervisor is suspending search. Return to duty.
Any units available to help pursue an illegal street race?
Copy that. Supervise the pursuit. I will assign units to assist.
Dispatch, any chance of clearing the traffic? 1044 needs to get to cover.
All units, check NBC for updates.
Dispatch, show this guy is 1042, over. Dispatch, 1040.
All units, check NBC for updates.
All units, check with supervisor before engaging, over. Dispatch, we're gonna need a perimeter to contain this. Can we coordinate roadblocks to shut down major access ways?
We have additional units moving to your location.
Dispatch, we're on vehicle descriptions as possible roadblock established. Can you advise when approaching? Over.
Copy that. All units, check NBC for updates.
These guys are good. 9 Echo 17, I'm joining pursuit. Watch your path, that's gone off-road. Think you're trying to lose us. Watch that traffic, watch that traffic. Channel check. This is code pursuit of 1044, over.
Be advised, we are attempting to contain suspect. Check MDC for roadblock location.
Copy that, we're on change. Dispatch, can we clear all non-critical calls? We need these guys stopped.
10-4, supervisor is tasking additional units to assist.
Suspect update. I've got a change on description. Our wanted vehicle is a white Panamera.
Copy that.
Code 3, we have highway units giving assistance. Code 3, continuing 1044, 1044. Dispatch, we're going to need a perimeter to contain this. Dispatch, I just lost the suspect I was pursuing.
10-4, grid-by-grid search has been authorized to locate code...
Dispatch, code 3 suspect still clear of pursuing units. We need a full perimeter and a street-by-street check, over.
Be advised, duty sergeant recommending units go code 2 for search, over. Dispatch to all units in code 3, supervisor is suspending search. Return to duty. Will detail units to assist.
Dispatch, requesting authorization to continue pursuit at 44.
Copy that, and VC update issued to all local units.
Dispatch 1042, debris on the road. Dispatch, can you update back up with full description? The Criterion is going to rev at some point. Dispatch, the number of vehicles is making it hard to coordinate. Can we confirm channels?
10-4, duty will authorize.
He's back on the road, back on the road.
Be advised, we're establishing roadblock ahead of the suspect.
10-4, I'm going to need whatever information you can give me on that. Watch for traffic. We don't want the racers tangling up in it. Dispatch, racers just hit our roadblock. We have major damage down here. Oh, we're going to lose them. These guys are good.
Copy that. MVC update issued to all local units.
All units, pit has been cleared.
Dispatch 1044 continuing. Either we're a part of their race or they just don't care. Dispatch, I've lost visual on that suspect, over. Watch for them breaking away.
All units, back up en route, over.
Have we got descriptions of all the vehicles involved, over? Dispatch, any of these vehicles coming up on the system, these guys have to have previous.
10-4, you have clearance.
Yeah, dispatch, these are some serious vehicles. We're not dealing with joyriders. 1042, debris on the road. Dispatch, we're back on the road. Watch for them breaking away. Watch for those front cars breaking away. Dispatch, roadblock in position. Advise on suspect ETA, over.
10-4.
Watch for them breaking away. Dispatch, change backup perimeter. That's 1044 split. Vehicles going solo to escape. All units, I have a description update on our suspect. Suspect vehicle is blue, over. We'll stick on the guy in pursuit. Over. Be advised, we lost the vehicle we are pursuing is white.
10-4, update received.
Code 3 suspect is still going. We're going to need a perimeter to stop him. .44, stop and detain. We're bringing her in, over. Dispatch, roadblock position. Can you send suspect description of blocking units, over?
Copy that.
Suspect vehicle lost. Anyone have a location?
10-4, grid by grid search authorized.
Code 3 lost, commencing search.
10-4, all units to commence grid by grid, over.
Dispatch, we're switching to a grid-by-grid search, over.
Be advised, backup units are being routed to aid with search.
All units in the search area. Let's try and get a check on stationary.
Dispatch to all units in Code 3. Supervisor is suspending search. Return to duty.
Auto log alert.
further on that vehicle? Make and description. Over.
Vehicle involved is a Mercedes.
Copy that. You have the color. Go with the make and model.
Give me the vehicle in silver.
10-4, you have authorization. Additional 1030 on route from west. Over.
Dispatch, SUV units requested. We've got to get something that will stop this guy.
Copy that. Additional units are en route but caught in traffic. We'll advise that I have an ETA. All units, you are now cleared for pit maneuver. Over.
Be advised, rhinos are deploying at roadblock ahead of suspect.
10-4, duty will authorize.
Suspect is a civilian. Let's hit this guy.
10-4, 1156 details to Charlie Indigo. Suspect is currently heading north.
Be advised, this guy's grabbing it.
Suspect just lost. We are a unit down. Code 3 units, be advised. Roadblock has been established.
10-4, clearance approved.
Suspect update. Unit down. Roadblock just got hit. Dispatch, request for rhinos. Over.
Copy that.
Suspect vehicle has been caught. Driver detained. We wrapped up this pursuit. Over.
You've been busted. Next time you'll have to outrun the cops, and then stay out of sight to get away.
Dispatch eye on the 1044. Street race in progress.
Copy that. Advise on suspect details. I'm updating MDC with pursuit status.
Dispatch, can you advise on any traffic problems in this area?
Copy that. We will find assistance as soon as possible.
This is a definite 1044. Have we got these guys on file? Over.
10-4, duty will authorize.
Have we got descriptions of all the vehicles involved? Over. Let's try and pin this suspect. Watch for him breaking away. Driver now 1042. He's hitting civic property. Dispatch, we have a roadblock in position. Over.
Copy that.
Oh, we're gonna lose them. These guys are good. Up the street racers just hit our roadblock. We might have units down. Over. Yeah, that got him. Dispatch, run vehicle descriptions as possible stolen. Dispatch, I don't have visual on suspect.
Copy that. We'll advise backup as last known.
Dispatch, can we clear all non-critical calls? We need these guys stopped.
10-4, units are en route.
What? Copy that. We'll attempt to stop and detain. Roadblock successful. We stopped and detained racer. Please advise on continuing pursuit. Over. Dispatch, I lost eyes on that code 3 pursuit suspect.
We advise any unit in the pursuit perimeter to search for wanted vehicle. Call in all vehicles matching descriptions.
Units report negative on grid West 4.
Suspect managed to get out of our visual. We need that perimeter and a grid-by-grid to relocate. Over.
Copy that. Advise of location. Over. All units in code 3 pursuit. Vehicle has not been located. Return to duties until further notice.
Auto log alert.
got some joker pulling high speed. I'm moving to intercept.
Copy that. Code 3 is authorized. Advise of progress. Over. 10-4, can you provide suspect details? Over.
Car is a Porsche.
Copy that. Do you have a color to go with the make and model?
Suspect vehicle.
All units in Code 3 pursuit. Vehicle has not been located. Return to duties until further notice.
I'm involved in a high-speed pursuit. I think I'm going to require assistance here.
Copy that. You are go for code 3. Detailing additional to assist. Anything further on that vehicle? Make and description? Over.
Vehicle involved is a Porsche.
10-6. MDC will update. Over. Heading south. All units be advised, suspect is making contact with pursuing units. Over. Unit check.
All units, description update. Vehicle make and model. I'm calling this as a blue Panamera. Dispatch, we have units ahead of pursuit. We need a roadblock. Over. Roadblock has been established. Suspect lost, but take it. Suspect lost, and returning to last known location to coordinate search. Over.
Unit check. Unit check. Advise of current. Over. All units in code 3 pursuit. Vehicle has not been located. Return to duties until further notice.
Street racer sighted. They're running.
Copy that. Code 3.
Dispatch, we're going to need a perimeter to contain this. Can we coordinate roadblocks to shut down major access ways?
Be advised, roadblock is being deployed ahead of your position.
Copy that. We'll inform changes. Dispatch, pursuit is continuing. They're still racing. Over. Race a crash. Repeat, race a crash. Stopping to detain the driver. Over. Dispatch, run vehicle descriptions as possible stolen. Watch for them changing lanes. Pursuit lead, highway.
Copy that.
1042 in code 3.
Be advised, unit clear for pit maneuver.
Watch for them breaking away. This is a definite 1044. Have we got these guys on file? Over.
10-4, clearance approved. Copy that.
All units, watch for a break on the right. Dispatch, we need support. We're seriously outgunned on horsepower here.
Copy that. I am reassigning units.
Suspect located. Resuming pursuit. I lost visual. I lost visual. Dispatch. I've reacquired that suspect. Dispatch, we got him. 1044 stopped and detained. Advise if you want units to get back up on...
Be advised, we are establishing roadblock ahead of the suspect.
Copy that. Dispatch, let me know if any changes, over. Dispatch, that code 3 is taking off. We're gonna need a perimeter and additional... Dispatch, I have that suspect. I'm back on it. Copy, copy. Going code 3. Dispatch, I'm gonna need assistance locating my suspect. He's outrun me.
All backup units, go code 2. Assist lead in grid by grid. Over.
Units report negative on grid north 10.
Dispatch, we have to shut down the perimeter so we can work a grid.
Code 3 backup, be advised. You need to contact lead when arriving at search location. Over. All units in code 3 pursuit. Vehicle has not been located. Return to duties until further notice.
Auto log alert. Autolog alert.
Suspect located, going code 3. Dispatch, no problem. Can you update MDC with details of that suspect?
Vehicle described as a Mitsubishi Lancer. The suspect is a black.
Be advised, that code 3's outrun me. I need a perimeter.
Any units in area report sightings of wanted suspect. Commence standard search pattern, over.
Suspect managed to get out of our visual. We need that perimeter in a grid-by-grid to relocate. Over.
All search units. Additional perimeter units are now in place. Over.
Suspect lost, and returning to last known location to coordinate search. Over.
Dispatch to all units in code 3. Supervisor is suspending search. Return to duty.
10-4, can we run intel, see if we can track down where this guy might have gone? All units now in pursuit of speeding vehicles.
Copy that. Advise of suspect details. Additional units will be assigned. 10-4, we're going to need a vehicle description. Dispatch to all units in code 3. Supervisor is suspending search. Return to duty.
Dispatch, I have him. I'm in need of assistance, over.
Copy that.
Dispatch, I just lost the suspect I was pursuing.
Dispatch to all units in Code 3. Supervisor is suspending search. Return to duty.
progress.
Copy that. Code 3 authorized.
That's 10-4 dispatch. I'm moving to intercept the lead vehicle. This is a definite 1044. Have we got these guys on file? Over.
10-4.
Be advised. Stay. Dispatch, can you you update back up with full... Dispatch, we need more units. 1044 is still high speed, over.
All units back up en route, over.
Suspect vehicle's out of sight. Anyone else have a location?
Tactical units now assigned to roadblock.
Dispatch, any more information on that call? Oh, we're gonna lose them. These guys are good. Dispatch, we're back on the road. Oh, these guys are really moving. Yeah, dispatch, these are some serious vehicles. We're not dealing with joyriders. Watch for them breaking away. Suspect located. I am suspect, over. Have we got descriptions of all the vehicles involved, over? Dispatch, that 1044 is splitting. I have the leader. Suspect vehicle. Dispatch, suspect lost. I'm gonna need help.
Dispatch to all units in Code 3. Supervisor is suspending search.
Autolog alert.
1041 here. I'm going after him.
Copy that. You are going for code 3. Detailing additional to assist.
Copy that. Do we have a description for that code 3 suspect?
All units in code 3 pursuit. Vehicle has not been located. Return to duties until further notice.
Some cars just flew right by me. Possible 1044. I'm gonna need back over.
Copy that. Code 3 authorized. Advise of progress. Over.
All units, spike strip deployed.
10-4, duty will authorize.
Dispatch, pursuit continuing. They're still racing, over. Dispatch, 1042, attempting intercept, over. Racer crashed, repeat, racer crashed. Stopping to detain the driver, over. Dispatch, we're gonna need a perimeter to contain this. Can we coordinate roadblocks to shut down major access ways?
10-4, clearance approved.
Dispatch, run vehicle descriptions as possible, over.
Changing lane. Be advised, roadblocks are being deployed.
Copy that. Watch that traffic, watch that traffic.
1030 has been assigned and joining pursuit.
All units, watch for the break to the left. Dispatch, can we clear all non-critical calls? We need these guys stopped.
Copy that. I am reassigning units.
All units, watch for a break on the right. 1150, one of them is just totaled.
Be advised, units are moving to block ahead of the code 3, over.
10-4 acting on that now.
Watch for traffic. We don't want the racers tangling up in it. Suspect spotted. I'm back. Dispatch, pursuit continuing. They're still racing, over. Dispatch, run vehicle descriptions as possible.
Dispatch 1150, my location is guided overcooking and crash.
All units and deploying a spike strip. Dispatch, we're going to need a perimeter to contain this. Can we coordinate roadblocks?
Be advised, roadblocks are being deployed.
Copy that. We'll attempt to stop and contain.
Has been assigned and joining pursuit.
Back to the front barrel. Code 3 now catching it.
Suspect just lost. Code 3 lost. Commencing search.
All backup units, go code 2. Assist lead in grid by grid. Over.
All units, hit the grid. Sweep the area from last zone. Over.
Unit check. Advise of current. Over.
Units report negative on grid West 4.
He's here. I'm back on him. 10. Be advised, we lost those 10 points.
1030 has been assigned and joining pursuit.
Be advised, units are moving to block ahead of the code 3, over.
10-4, I'm staying with the suspect I was following. Unit down, code 3 suspect just took them off the road, over. Dispatch, I lost that pursuit suspect. Can you get a description out to all available and commence a grid-by-grid search?
Backup units to go code 2. Check MDC for grid assignment. Over.
This is Lee. Go into grid search. Perimeter to be established. Over.
Code 3 backup, be advised. You need to contact lead when arriving at search location. Over. All units in Code 3 pursuit. Vehicle has not been located. Return to duties until further notice.
Auto log alert.
I need a perimeter.
All backup units, continue code. All units in Code 3 pursuit. Vehicle has not been located. Return to duties until further notice.
Dispatch, I got him. Show me in pursuit. 10-4, don't let him go this time.
Suspect evaded. I advise continue on current path.
Pursuit suspect has evaded all units in Code 3 pursuit. Vehicle has not been located. Return to duties until further notice.
the ones in the back trying to drop off.
Taking us back on the road.
All units, you are now clear subject maneuver. Over.
Dispatch, any of these vehicles coming up on the system, these guys have to have radius.
10-4, clearance approved.
Race a crash, repeat, race a crash. Stopping to detain the driver, over. Watch these guys at the back, I want all these races brought in. Watch for those front cars breaking away.
Any available unit in the area is to assist with code 3 pursuit. Over.
Dispatch, can you update back up with full description? These races are going to rev at some point. This is 1 Echo 5. We've established a roadblock ahead of the suspect, over.
Update received. Want transition for further.
Road obstructed. Suspect is attempting to block us. Dispatch, we had an 11:50 and a 10:44. Watch them breaking away. Dispatch, I can't get a count on these 10:44s. Dispatch, requesting authorization to continue pursuit at 10:44. Dispatch, inform all units we have established a roadblock. Watch their approach. The highway is blocked.
10-4.
Dispatch, I've lost visual on my suspect. We'll try and intercept the other group. Over. All units, check with supervisor before engaging. Over.
Just lost a fugitive. Coordinating response.
Suspect has evaded pursuing units. We are commencing grid by grid to relocate. Over.
Units report negative on grid north 10.
All units in code 3 pursuit. Vehicle has not been located. Return to duties until further notice.
Water log alert.
Copy that. Duty has authorized Code 3 at this time.
All units, watch out for debris on the road. All Code 3 suspect units, roadblock is in position.
10-4.
Watch for him breaking away. What is this guy doing? Dispatch, suspect just made a jump. We've fallen behind.
Pursuit units, reroute to contact.
Guy on the right. Lead on secondary, requesting backup.
All units, backup en route, over.
Highway units deployed. Dispatch, 10-4 continuing at high speed, over. We have the roadblocks ahead of that Code 3 suspect. We'll advise when we have a visual.
10-4.
Suspect in the air. Watch his landing. Watch his landing. 1044 continuing on their course. Still racing.
Understood. Situation updated.
Dispatch, we're gonna need to shut down the perimeter so we can go grid by grid.
Be advised, backup units are being routed to aid with search.
All units in the search area. Let's try and get a check on stationaries. This guy might have got it.
Dispatch to all units in Code 3. Supervisor is suspending search. Return to duty.
Dispatch, I'm pursuing a 1041.
Copy that. Code 3 authorized. Will advise all units in your vicinity. Dispatch to all units in Code 3. Supervisor is suspending search. Return to duty.
1041, and moving to pursuit.
Copy that. Code 3 is authorized at this time. Detailing additional to assist. Over. Copy that. Can you provide dispatch to all units in Code 3? Supervisor is suspending search. Return to duty.
Had a car run by me at high speed, moving to intercept. Probable code 3.
10-4, we're going to need a vehicle description as soon as you can. Over.
Be advised, suspect is a Lexus.
Copy that. Can you advise secondary of vehicle color? Over.
Suspect is driving a red Lexus LFA. Driver now 1042, he's hitting civic property. Highway now joint pursuit.
Code 3 suspect is southbound. Units are being deployed to divert traffic from pursuit area.
Dispatch, we need backup on this code 3 or we'll lose suspect.
Copy that. We're crewing additional.
Be advised, that code 3's outrun me. I need a perimeter.
Dispatch to all units in Code 3. Supervisor is suspending search. Return to duty.
off-road. Watch the surface. Road obstructed. Suspect is attempting to block us. Dispatch, this is a call for any and all available. Over.
10-4 units are crewing. Will advise when en route.
Suspect vehicle's out of sight. Anyone else have a location? Code 3 suspect is out roaming.
10-4. Units commence standard search of pursuit perimeter. Over. Dispatch to all units in Code 3. Supervisor is suspending search. Return to duty.
Suspect located, going code 3. Copy that. Can you give me details of that code 3 vehicle, over?
Code 3 suspect is a Lexus. Vehicle described as a red Lexus.
1042, our suspect is targeting civil property. Can we set up units at
All units, caution. SUVs are blocking the road ahead.
10-4, you have go to continue.
Let's try and hit this suspect. Suspect crashed. He's gone in hard. No, he's still moving. Watch for traffic coming in from the side. We lost that suspect. Start search procedures immediately. Back on him. Dispatch, code 3 suspect has evaded. We'll try and reacquire.
Pursuit units reroute to contact.
Dispatch, we're back on the road. We have units available at the intersection.
10-6, stand by for...
Dispatch wanted vehicle with a Lexus LFA.
10-6, update will follow. 1030 units, advise traffic is queuing behind 1158.
Code 3 units, be advised, roadblock has been established.
10-4, duty will authorize.
Dispatch, I think we need it.
Code 3 is Alexis.
10-6. Stand by for response. Over. Suspect is currently heading west.
Be advised, there is an SUV roadblock in place.
10-4, you have clearance.
Real Just lost a fugitive. Coordinating response.
All pursuing units, commence grid by grid. Advise on progress. Over. Supervisor is recommending use of pit maneuver.
What's your path? They've gone off-road. Suspect lost. Say again, suspect lost.
Copy that. Suspect has evaded pursuit. Units to begin a grid-by-grid search.
Suspect managed to get out of our visual. We need that perimeter and a grid-by-grid to relocate. Over.
All search units. Additional perimeter units are now in place.
Code 3 suspect spotted. They're mobile. Code 3 pursuit is continuing. Any backup available?
Backup currently unavailable. Supervisor is retasking units.
I just lost the guy. Anyone else got him?
All units, we have a suspect at large within pursuit perimeter. Commence standard search. Over.
Roadblock is dispatch. I lost that code 3. I'm gonna need backup to find him.
10-4. Grid-by-grid search has been authorized to locate Code 3 suspect.
Code 3 suspect is still going. We're gonna need a perimeter to stop him.
Code 3 suspect is southbound.
Anyone else in dispatch? Vehicle I was pursuing has outrun me. I've lost him.
10-4. Grid-by-grid search authorized.
Dispatch, have we got units on that last zone heading? Be good to know if the suspect's ahead or doubling back. Over.
Be advised, backup units are Code 2.
Dispatch, full perimeter and grid-by-grid search required. Over.
Be advised, duty sergeant recommending units go Code 2 for search. Over. Dispatch to all units in Code 3. Supervisor is suspending search. Return to duty.
10-4, can we run intel, see if we can track down where this guy might have gone to ground? Dispatch, I have a 1044. Speed race in progress.
Copy that. Code 3 authorized.
He's crashed. Racer's wiped out here. Dispatch, can you advise on any traffic problems in this area?
Copy that. MVC update issued to all local units.
Scattering debris on the road. He's trying to stop us. Watch for breaking away. Have we got descriptions of all the vehicles involved? Over. One, my unit's down. Send assistance to officers pursuing those racers. Over. Dispatch, they're racing. They have to be on a route. Anyone got an idea where they're heading?
10-4, duty will authorize.
Going off-road. Watch that service. Do not lose any units. Dispatch, is there anyone on the leader? Over.
Copy that. MVC update issued to all local units.
All units, watch your speed. We want to catch these guys, not lose units. Over. Dispatch, road vehicle description says officer stolen. Dispatch, race is broken up. I'm maintaining suspect update. I've got to change on description. Vehicle description update. Vehicle is loose. 10-4 and continuing pursuit of lead racer. Over. Watch him. He's heading back on the road. 10-44, stop and contain. Bring her in. Over. Roadblock successful. You stop and detain racer. Leave this.
Be advised, roadblock is being deployed ahead of your position.
Copy that. We need this guy stopped. Engine is now off-road. Those three suspects just hit our roadblock.
All units.
This is a call for all available units.
10-4, supervisor is tasking additional units to assist.
Pursuit lead. Highway unit now on scene. Dispatch, 1042, I'm still in pursuit. 1044 stop has gone aground. We'll advise when we have the drivers. Over.
Code 3 units, proceed with caution. SUVs are blocking the road ahead.
All units, check MVC for updates.
Roadblock ineffective. He's biased. Dispatch, I lost that 1044. Advise if you want me to join alternate code 3. Over. Stopped and detained. Advise if I'm needed in continuing pursuit. Over.
Units, be advised, traffic is flowing around 11:55.
Code 3 units, be advised, roadblock.
Dispatch, we need more backup. Get us Rhino units out here.
Copy that. Standby units are going mobile. Keep me advised of location. Over.
The vehicle's 10-4. That was 1151. Highway 1, I'm moving in pursuit. Contact the suspect, Bob.
Copy that.
Dispatch, I just lost a suspect. I need escape road shutting down and a search of this area.
10-4, all units to commence grid by grid, over.
This is Lee. I'm returning to suspect last known. Direct all other units to work the grid from there. Do we have backup units to form a perimeter? Over.
Be advised, backup units are being routed to aid with search.
Dispatch, we're switching to a grid-by-grid search. Over.
All search units, West 5 now clear. Proceed to next search area.
Any units in the pursuit area. I'm returning to last known to coordinate search. Over.
Copy that. MDC updated with cleared search area. Over. Dispatch to all units in Code 3. Supervisor is suspending search. Return to duty.
Signs of progress, over.
Dispatch, any of these vehicles coming up on the system, these guys have to have previous.
10-4, clearance approved.
Dispatch, 1042, attempting intercept, over. Dispatch, do we have anyone on the leader?
Copy that. We'll assign assistance as soon as possible. Be advised, units report suspect is driving dangerously.
Dispatch, vehicle crashed. Suspect located, resuming pursuit.
Duty is deploying tactical roadblocks.
10-4, we'll respond when able. Pursuit is rejoining the road. Dispatch, I'm losing this guy. I don't have a visual on code 3. Anyone else got him? Dispatch, who's marking each of these races? Do we have a designate?
Copy that. Advise if situation changes.
Watch the guy on the left. Dispatch, it's getting hard to maintain visual on all these suspects. Contact with pursuit suspect lost. I need assistance.
Be advised, pursuing units have lost visual on code 3. All units to commence a street-by-street search.
Dispatch, I need a perimeter around my location. Suspect is clear and free. No visual.
Be advised, all units in code 3 pursuit. Vehicle has not been located. Return to duties until further notice. Copy that. You are cleared for Code 3. Additional units will be assigned.
Dispatch, if they're racing, they have to be on a route. Anyone got an idea where they're heading?
10-4, clearance approved.
Road obstructed. Suspect is attempting to block us. Dispatch, those racers have taken out my unit.
Dispatch, roadblock established, over.
10-4.
Dispatch, do we have any way to contain this race?
1044 just went straight into our roadblock. I'm gonna pull over. We'll have to stop them. Dispatch 1150 is my location. This guy just over crash.
Dispatch 1044 continuing. Either we're a part of their race or they just don't care.
All units, spike strip on the road, over.
Copy that.
He's back on the road. Back. Description update. Vehicle is silver.
10-4.
Dispatch, we're gonna have to push our speed to take this race.
Copy that.
Watch for them changing lanes. Fugitive vehicle is silver.
Copy that. All units should be advised.
Watch that traffic. Watch that traffic. All units, watch for them braking to the left. Suspect vehicle's out of visual. Anyone else have a location?
Be advised, roadblock is being deployed ahead of your position.
10-6, we'll update on changes, over. Highway 1, over. Dispatch, we need more units. 1044 is still high speed, over.
Copy that. I am reassigning units.
All units, watch for a break on the right.
Dispatch, any chance of clearing the traffic? 1044 is a using it for cover.
Understood.
Duty is deploying tactical roadblock.
Dispatch, I lost that pursuit suspect. Can you get a description out to all available? Mention grid bike. Dispatch, suspect vehicle's gone. I need a perimeter and a search pattern to find them.
All units in the vicinity, begin search of pursuit perimeter, over.
Any units in the pursuit area. I am returning to last known. Perimeter is being established. Advise on progress, over.
10-4, remain mobile, check MDC for updates.
All code 3 units, I'm at last known. Search units to coordinate on me, over.
Copy that, go code 2, over.
Dispatch, I have him. I'm back on the guy. Dispatch, show me his lead. Well, if code 3 suspect lost, I'm returning to last known. I'm gonna need assistance, over.
10-4, grid by grid search authorized. All backup units to form search perimeter. Report on your sector, over.
All units, hit check the grid, sweep the air.
Dispatch to all units in Code 3. Supervisor is suspending search. Return to duty. Copy that. We're going to need a make and model on that suspect, over.
Vehicle to stop is a Porsche Panamera.
Copy that. Can you advise secondary of vehicle color, over?
Vehicle make and model. I'm calling this dispatch. I just lost the suspect I was pursuing. Can you give me a perimeter?
Any units in area, report sightings of wanted suspect. Commence standard search pattern, over.
Dispatch, code 3 suspect, still clear of pursuing units. We need a full perimeter and a street-by-street check, over.
Copy that. Proceed to next search area.
Please confirm we have units covering entrances, over.
Copy that. All units in Code 3, supervisor is suspending search. Return to duty.
Advise, returning units remain eyes open.
Additional units will be assigned. Copy that. We're going to need a make and model on that suspect, over.
Vehicle sought is a Dodge. Dispatch, I just lost the suspect vehicle.
10-4. Units commence standard search of pursuit perimeter, over. Dispatch to all units in Code 3. Supervisor is suspending search. Return to duty.
All units, 1041 in my area, assistance required.
Understood.
Dispatch, I'm gonna need a perimeter. That Code 3 suspect's got away from me.
All pursuing. Dispatch to all units in Code 3. Supervisor is suspending search. Return to duty.
Dispatch, assistance required. In pursuit of 1041, code 3, clearance needed.
Copy that. Duty has authorized code 3 at this time.
Dispatch, if they're racing, they have to be on a route. Anyone got an idea where they're heading?
Copy that. All units check FCC for update.
Dispatch, roadblock in position.
Copy that.
These races aren't going to pull over. We'll have to stop them.
Yeah, I hit him. These guys are good. All units, watch out for debris on the road.
Be advised, supervisor has approved pit maneuver.
Dispatch, roadblock is in position. Advise when this guy's coming up on us, over.
Understood. Will advise.
Suspect is just clear of code 3. We need to reroute.
Units maintaining contact. Continue code 3.
Take the guy on the right.
He's off-road. Watch the surface.
All code 3 suspect units, roadblock is in position.
10-4, update received.
Highway units deploying.
All units are code 2 suspect has rejoined the road. 1044 continuing on their course, still racing. Dispatch, continue to authorize additional tactics, over.
Copy that.
Dispatch, I'm continuing pursuit.
Dispatch, I lost eyes on that Code 3 pursuit suspect.
All pursuing units, commence grid by grid. Advise on progress, over.
Dispatch, I lost that pursuit suspect. Can you get a description out, though?
Dispatch to all units in code 3. Supervisor is suspending search. Return to duty. issued to all local units. Heavy tactical units deploying to stop Code 3.
10-4. Code 3 continuing 1044, 1044.
Copy. Close point. 1044 continuing speed report, over.
All units back up en route, over.
Watch for traffic. We don't want the racers tangling up in it. All units, watch your speed. We want to catch these guys, not lose units, over.
Dispatch, can you update back up with full description? These races are going to rev at some point.
All units, it has been cleared.
Yeah, let's try to take this guy out. Dispatch, can we coordinate backup to run parallel? Let's funnel it, 1044.
Code 3 pursuit, we have additional units moving to your location.
Code 3, we have highway units.
All units, 1044.
10-4, all units to commence grid by grid. Copy that, NBC update issued to all
Dispatch, 10-4. Dispatch, that Code 3 suspect just went airborne. Dispatch, we have lost visual on 1044. Advise if I should go grid by grid or divert to alternate pursuit. Code 3 units, be advised, roadblock has been established.
10-6, update will follow.
10-4 and continuing pursuit of lead racing. Over.
Dispatch, suspect vehicle's gone. I need a perimeter and a search pattern to find them.
10-4, grid by grid search authorized. Coordinate with lead, over.
Dispatch, Code 3 suspect. Dispatch, we got him. Code 3 suspect in custody.
Bug alert.
advise of suspect details. I'm updating MDC with pursuit status.
Suspect located. Pursuing pursuit. Contact with suspect vehicle lost.
Copy that. We'll advise backup as last known.
That's 10-4 dispatch. I'm moving to intercept the lead vehicle. Pursuit now off-road.
Dispatch, 1044 continuing. They're still racing.
Copy that. We'll assign the tactical units are now in place.
Dispatch, pursuit is continuing. Dispatch, 1044 continuing. They're still racing. Pursuit is joining the road. Dispatch, can you clear all secondaries? Units diverted off secondary calls to assist.
10-4 units are en route.
Dispatch, we've got wreckage on the road. Over. Dispatch, run vehicle descriptions as possible stolen.
Dispatch, I'm losing this guy.
Watch the guy on the left.
Dispatch, it's getting hard to maintain visual on all these sites. Dispatch, I've lost contact with suspect. Assistance required to relocate.
All units in code 3 pursuit. Vehicle has not been located. Return to duties until further notice. 3 pursuit. Vehicle has not been located. Return to duties until further notice.
Assistance required. In pursuit of 1041, code 3 clearance needed.
Copy that. Code 3 authorized. Advise of progress. Over.
All units at deploying the spike strips. Fire the flow. Authorized additional tactics. Over.
10-4, clearance approved. Be advised, duty is escalating pursuit status. Rhino units are being detailed to assist.
Spike strip deploying. Code 3 units, keep on. You're gonna make a mistake. Time to flash. Deploying the spike strip. Code 3, authorized.
Roadblocks now deployed to intercept code 3.
Copy that. Lead on secondary. Requesting backup.
Copy that. I am reassigning units. That suspect is a black Mercedes SLS.
Copy, I have that.
1044, still ongoing. Dispatch, suspect has returned to the road. I'll get back with him.
Be advised, duty is escalating pursuit status. Rhino units are being detailed to assist. Copy that. Advise if situation changes.
Contact. I hit the suspect. 1044 is appearing extreme speed. Over. Code 3 now catching air. Code 3 backup needed to reacquire suspect. Multiple 1123.
All units, officer remains in contact. Continue code 3.
Backup to run parallel. Let's funnel it.
10-4 units are en route.
Under approach. We're here to detain these 1044s, not take out barricades.
1030 is joining the pursuit.
1044 still ongoing.
Understood. Revived.
Dispatch, I'm crashing 1044.
Taking the right. 1150, race just crashed. Stop the
continue on current. Let's relocate.
All pursuing units, commence grid by grid. Advise on progress, over. Dispatch to all units in Code 3. Supervisor is suspended search. Return to duty.
just don't care.
Copy that. MDC update issued to all local units.
All pursuing units, keep 1044 contained. We're running a lot of damage. Correct driver, public code 3. Dispatch, units off.
Dispatch, we're going to need a perimeter to contain this. Can we coordinate roadblocks and shut down major access ways?
Code 3 pursuit. We have additional units moving to your location.
1150, freeway for this wrecked vehicle.
advised.
Continuing on their course, still racing.
Roadblock now in position, over.
10-4, you have clearance.
Street race has gone right through us, over.
Watch for traffic. We don't want the racers tangling up in it. All units, watch your speed. We want to catch these guys, not lose units, over.
Dispatch, multiple 1044s. We're going to have collisions, no question. Dispatch, multiple 1044s. We're going to have collisions, no question.
10-4, duty will authorize.
Watch for them changing lanes. Racer crash. Repeat, racer crash. Stopping to detain the driver, over.
Be advised, use of spike strip has been authorized.
Dispatch, can we clear all non-critical calls? We need these guys stopped.
10-4, supervisor is tasking additional units to assist.
Three on the road. Watch that traffic. Watch that traffic. Dispatch, can you update back up with full description? These races are going to rev at some point. Dispatch, I can't get a count on 10-4.
10-4, you have...
Channel check, channel. Dispatch. Code 3 suspect vehicle has been caught, driver detained. We wrapped up this pursuit, over.
Copy that. Will detail units to assist.
Dispatch, racer just overcooked it. They've crashed.
Dispatch, we're going to have to push our speed and take these races.
Copy that. MVC update issued to all local units.
1150, racer just crashed. Stopping to detain. All pursuing units, keep these 1044s contained. We're running a lot of damage.
Backup joining pursuit.
I'm attempting pit maneuver. 1044 continuing on their course, still racing.
Roadblocks have been established.
All units, check NBC for updates.
Dispatch 1042, debris on the road. Dispatch, we're going to need a perimeter to contain this. Can we coordinate roadblocks and shut down major access ways?
Understood. Situation updated.
Dispatch, I think I count these 1044s.
Back up to run parallel. Let's funnel at 1044.
Copy that. Supervisor has cleared additional units. Copy that. All units check MDC for update.
Negative on roadblock. Rachel went through us.
Interceptor en route.
All units, watch for a break on the right. Watch for traffic. We don't want the races tangling up in it. Suspect spotted. I'm back on him.
All units, I've lost visual on suspect. 1044 still ongoing.
All units, use the... All units, use of spike strip has been cleared. Over.
Back up.
Dispatch, I'm losing this guy.
Oh, these guys are really moving. Highway unit now in pursuit.
This is definitely 1044. Have we got these guys on file? Over.
Copy that.
Dispatch 1044 stopped and detained. Advise if you want me to join the continuing code 3. Over.
I've lost him. Let's get the search teams out.
Copy that. Suspect has evaded pursuit. Units to begin a grid-by-grid search.
Dispatch, visual loss on 1044. Advise 3 units for the continuing pursuit. Over. Suspect is gone. We need search sweep. Over.
All units, we have a suspect at large within pursuit perimeter. Command standard search. Over.
Suspect's still out of our visual. We need a grid by grid to relocate. Over. All units, hit the grid. Sweep the area from left zone.
Dispatch to all units in code 3. Supervisor is suspending search. Return to duty. additional units. Will advise with ETA. Over. Units are being deployed to divert traffic from pursuit area.
Duty has authorized tactical roadblock.
Understood. Appreciate that.
Rhino units now in pursuit.
Supervisor is recommending use of pit maneuver. Code 3 advised. Area now seeing 1155 and 1158 areas. Code 3 suspect is southbound. We have units on standby. Secondaries crewing. Be advised, suspect is northbound.
Dispatch, I have the suspect re-engaging.
10-4 units are crewing. Will advise when en route.
Rhino units now in pursuit.
Be advised, suspect is northbound. Tactical units deployed to pursuit.
Copy, I have that update, over.
Code 3 pursuit is heading east. Secondaries are diverting traffic from your area.
10-4 acting on that now.
Suspect is currently heading west. Code 3 suspect is southbound. All units be advised, SUV units joining the pursuit, over.
dispatch, suspect vehicle's gone.
Dispatch, I am now northbound. You have a unit down.
All units, be advised. SUV units joining the pursuit. Over.
Westbound.
10-4, moving into position.
10-4, any available units able to update? Over.
You have a unit to hit and run.
All units, be advised. SUV units joining the pursuit. Over.
Tactical units have now been deployed.
Understood. Try and get you more information.
Be aware of those Charlie Indigos.
10-4, you have go to continue.
Dispatch, location check. He's gone off-road. Dispatch, suspect heading east.
Going in for pit.
Backup currently unavailable. Supervisor is retasking units. Stand by for update.
Dispatch, pursuit now southbound.
Backup joining pursuit.
I lost him. Suspect got away from me.
10-4, grid-by-grid search has been authorized to locate Code 3 suspect.
He almost wrecked out. Watch it, taking off. Dispatch, we might have lost suspect. They're getting desperate. Let's reroute.
Units maintaining contact. Continue code 3.
Roadblock, let's close off escape route.
This is Lee. I'm returning to suspect last known.
Dispatch, this is Lead. I haven't got a visual, but perimeter report suspect is still in the area.
Dispatch to all units in Code 3. Supervisor is suspending search. Return to duty.
Suspect reacquired. I'm on them.
Tactical units now deployed.
Copy that. Yeah, he's had enough of that. He's back on the road. I'm in need of assistance, over.
Copy that. Standby units are going mobile. Keep me advised of location. Over.
Dispatch, show me joining pursuit, over. We don't get roadblocks, we're losing this guy, over.
Code 3 suspect is...
Dispatch, I just lost the suspect I was pursuing. Can you give me a perimeter?
10-4, grid-by-grid search authorized.
Any units in the pursuit area, I'm returning to last known to coordinate search, over.
Be advised, backup units are code 2. Dispatch... Dispatch to all units in Code 3. Supervisor is suspending search. Return to duty.
additional to assist.
Dispatch, I'm requesting highway units.
All units, move in.
10-4, can you provide suspect details? Over.
Vehicle is a Jaguar.
Suspect is currently heading north. All units maintain pursuit, but be aware Rhino units are blocking the road. Over.
Dispatch, this suspect knows how to drive. Check your database for known street racers.
Code 3 pursuit is heading south.
Dispatch, that code 3 suspect just went airborne. Dispatch, I just lost contact with the pursuit suspect.
All units within the pursuit perimeter to begin street-by-street search. Report all sightings. Over. Code 3, advise area now seeing 1155 and 1158 areas.
Dispatch, I'm gonna need a perimeter. That code 3 suspect's got away from me.
Be advised, pursuing units have lost visual on Code 3. All units to commence a street-by-street search.
Units report negative on grid West 4.
All units, we need a full perimeter and grid by grid to locate the suspect. Over.
Code 3 backup, be advised. You need to contact me when arriving at search location. Over.
All code 3 units, I'm at last known. Search units to coordinate on me. Over.
Copy that. Continue to next grid. Over.
Units
All units in Code 3 pursuit. Vehicle has not been located. Return to duties until further notice. 3 has been authorized. Anything further on that vehicle? Make and description. All units in Code 3 pursuit. Vehicle has not been located. Return to duties until further notice.
This is Romeo 8, 1044 in progress. Need Code 3 authorization, over.
Copy that. Code 3 authorized. We'll advise units in your vicinity.
Dispatch, any chance of clearing the traffic? 1044.
All units, spike strips can be used if required. Over.
Dispatch, be advised, 1044 just collided with the roadblock.
Be advised you are now authorized to use spike strips. Over.
All pursuing units keep the 1044 contained. We're running a lot of damage.
Dispatch, that roadblock you requested is now in place. Over.
Airport.
Dispatch, coordinate backup to run their... Code 3 target is a white
Airport.
Dispatch, 1044 continuing.
Dispatch, we're gonna have to push our speed to stay with these bridges.
Update received. Watch your MVPs for further.
Like a lawsuits all over the road.
SUV units now in pursuit. All units continue pursuit, continue pursuit.
10-6, MVC will update. Over.
Lead on secondary, requesting backup. Lead on secondary, requesting backup.
Any available unit in the area is to assist with Code 3 pursuit. Over.
Watch that turn, traffic.
Dispatch, that Code 3 is taking off. We're going to need a perimeter and additional units.
Be advised, any unit in the pursuit perimeter to search for wanted vehicle. Call in all vehicles matching description.
All Code 3 units, I'm at last known location for the pursuit suspect. No contact.
Code 3 suspect spotted. They're mobile.
10-4, I've got you and the suspect in sight. We don't get roadblocks, we're losing this guy. Over.
All search units negative on grid North 6.
All units in Code 3 pursuit. Vehicle has not been located. Return to duties until further notice.
10-4 in progress. Call other units. Code 3, code 3.
Copy that. I will detail units to assist.
Do we have anyone on the laser?
Copy that. We'll assign assistance as soon as possible.
He's crashed. Racer's wiped out here. Please attempt to escape off-road. He's back on the road. Back on the road. Yeah, dispatch, these are some serious vehicles. We're not dealing with joyriders.
Dispatch is so crazy out here, I don't have a count on the races.
Tactical units have been deployed.
10-6, stand by for update. Dispatch, 1044 is continuing at high speed, over.
1044 continues on their course, still racing.
All units.
Watch your approach, they're playing rough. Dispatch, units authorized additional tactics, over.
Understood. Goodbye.
Dispatch, bring it back after pressure these guys into a mistake.
Copy that. Additional units are en route.
Code 3 units, keep on them. They're gonna make a mistake. Correct driver, probable code 3. Dispatch, multiple 1044s. We're gonna have collisions, no question. Dispatch, units authorized additional tactics, over.
Copy that. We'll assign assistance as soon as possible.
All units, code 3 on individuals. Stay on your vehicle. Stay on your vehicle, over.
Copy that. All units, suspect detained. Code 3, pursuit complete. Over.
on 1044. Advise freeing units for the continuing pursuit, over. Driver now 1042, he's hitting civic property. Suspect vehicle's out of sight. Anyone can dispatch. I lost eyes on that code 3 pursuit suspect.
Dispatch to all units in Code 3. Supervisor is suspended search. Return to duty. Copy that. Code 3 authorized.
I'm arriving in pursuit. Watch for traffic. We don't want the racers tangling up in it. Pursuit now off-road. Dispatch, we need more units. 1044 is still high speed, over.
All units back up en route, over.
Dispatch, bump open chop shops in case this is a heist. We might have someone shopping for exotics, over.
Copy that. MDC update issued to all local units.
Dispatch, 1044 continuing. There's no racing.
Dispatch, 1044 continuing. He's aware of part of their race, or they... property now. Watch out for debris. Dispatch, if they're racing, they have to be on a route. Anyone got an idea where they're heading?
10-4, duty will authorize.
Control arriving in pursuit. Dispatch, can you update back up with full description? These racers are going to rev it at some point. Dispatch, 1044 stopped and detained. Advise if dispatch, that code 3's outrun me. We're going to need backup if he's not going to get away.
Any units in area report sightings of wanted suspect. Commence standard search pattern, over. Dispatch to all units in Code 3. Supervisor is suspending search. Return to duty.
Suspect located, going code 3. Dispatch, no problem. Can you update MDC with details of that suspect?
Code 3 vehicle is an Atom. The pursuit target sought is a black Atom 500. Backup joining pursuit.
1042, our suspect is targeting civil property.
I lost him. Suspect got away from me.
10-4. Units commence standard search of pursuit perimeter, over. Dispatch to all units in Code 3. Supervisor is suspending search. Return to duty.
10-4, can we run intel, see if we can track down where this guy might have gone? Copy. Dispatch advise 7 response, over.
Suspect now off-road.
Dispatch, the suspect's now back on the road.
Backup joining pursuit.
He's all over the road. Can you advise on secondary? Dispatch, the vehicle I was pursuing has outrun me. I've lost him.
All pursuing units, commence grid by grid. Advise on progress, over.
All units, we need a full perimeter at 25 grade to locate the suspect, over.
All search units, additional perimeter units are now in place, over. Dispatch to all units in Code 3. Supervisor is suspending search. Return to duty.
I've got a set of speeding vehicles just flew past me. Suspected illegal street race.
Copy that. Keep advised of pursuit. I will assign units to assist.
Watch for those fun cars breaking away.
Code 3 pursuit. We have additional units moving to your location.
Dispatch, suspects now causing damage. 1042 to add to the list. Have we got descriptions of all the vehicles involved, over?
Dispatch, I'm losing this guy. Watch the guy on the left. Dispatch, it's getting hard to maintain visual, though.
Backup joining pursuit.
Dispatch, is there anyone on the leader, over?
Roadblock is in place, over.
10-4, duty will authorize.
All units, watch for a break on the right. Watch for traffic. We don't want the racers tangling up in it. He's got off-road.
All units, check with supervisor before engaging. Over. Dispatch, we have a roadblock in position. Over.
10-4, you have clearance.
got the others, over.
Copy that.
Suspect crashed. He's gone in hard. No, he's...
Dispatch to all units in Code 3. Supervisor is suspending search. Return to duty.
Dispatch all units. I have a 1041 in my area.
Copy that. And detailing units to assist.
Copy that. Any details available on that suspect? Over.
Vehicles. Dispatch to all units in Code 3. Supervisor is suspending search. Return to duty. We'll detail units to assist.
Dispatch, we need to authorize additional tactics. Over.
10-4, you have clearance.
Lead on secondary, requesting backup.
10-4, additional units are moving to your location.
Roadblock now deployed. Over.
Understood. Situation updated. Backup joining pursuit.
Code 3, now driving like a maniac. Listen, lawsuits all over the road. The guy on the right.
Tactical units have now been deployed.
Copy that. Lead on secondary, requesting backup. Dispatch, we're gonna have to push our speed to take the
Understood. Situation updated.
on your approach. We're here to detain you. We're not taking out your
1042 in code 3.
Backup joining pursuit.
taking the right, taking the right. Dispatch, can we coordinate backup to run parallel? Let's funnel it.
Be advised we have deployed roadblocks to the location. Over.
Copy that.
Dispatch, I'm continuing pursuit. Watch for traffic.
Watch your approach. They're playing rough. Still ongoing.
All units check SAC for update.
All units deploying quick. Lead on secondary. Requesting backup.
Backup joining pursuit.
Suspect relocated. And back in pursuit. Watch for traffic. Dispatch, confirm backup as our new position.
All units backup en route. Over.
All pursuing units keep the 1042 today. We're running a lot of damage. The boss is all over the road. Listen, the guy on the right.
Backup joining.
Roadblock in position, over.
10-4.
The roadblock was ineffective. 1044 just went by us. Lead on secondary, requesting backup.
Suspect still out of our visual. We have grid by grid to relocate. Over.
Be advised, backup units are code 2.
I've reacquired that suspect.
We just lost a fugitive. Coordinating response.
Copy that. Suspect has evaded pursuit. Units to begin a grid-by-grid search. Dispatch to all units in Code 3. Supervisor is suspended search. Return to duty.
Auto log alert. Congratulations. You've outchased and outraced everyone. You took on the best drivers in the city and blew them away. You are the most wanted. Keep driving and earning speed points to beat your friends on the most wanted list. Check your easy drive recommendations and take the fight to them. In Fairhaven, the competition never stops.